Okay, we're going to call this meeting to order. Good afternoon, everyone. This meeting of the General Governance Committee is held in a hybrid meeting format with virtual and in-person participants by members of the public, staff, and council. This meeting is also live streamed and may be viewed online at ajax.ca/live. A friendly reminder to all participants, please use your mic at all times for the benefit of those participating in the council chambers and remotely. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Just for council's benefit, our system seems to be, I'm not sure if we can vote electronically or not today.
Madam Chair, electronic voting will still work, but we will run the meeting in open mode. So no request to speak today, but please identify your wish to speak to the chair and she will keep track.
So we're going old school. You got it all? You got it? Okay, good. Okay, so we'd like to acknowledge that the meeting, we'd like to begin by acknowledging that the land in which we gather is situated in the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas. More specifically, the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, signatory of the Gunshot Treaty of 1788 and the Williams Treaty of 1923. This land is and will continue to be home to the Indigenous people. Let us acknowledge the mistakes and traumas of the past through authenticity and support truth and reconciliation. Let us engage and celebrate Indigenous communities by being leaders of action and acknowledging the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People and Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendations towards truth and reconciliation. Let us keep these principles close as we continue towards truth and reconciliation as we move forward with kindness and respect as a community. I would like to just open this meeting with our deepest condolences for the Collier family. Their loss of their mom, grandma, sister. We just want to say that there's been a lot of loss this year, and we acknowledge your sorrow. So on behalf of Ajax Council, I need a motion to adopt the regular minutes of November the 20th. Councillor Tyler Morin, are there any questions? All in favor? Thank you.
Madam Chair, if we could please vote using the technology.
Huh?
If we could please vote using the technology
Oh, we are.
today.
Oh, I thought we were going old school. All right. Wait, I think I forgot to ask if there was any disclosure of pecuniary interest. None. Okay. So we vote. The vote is open. Oh, I see. It just doesn't. Oh, never mind. Okay. All right.
We will try this again.
Did we wait too long? I think it's going to be one of those days. Okay, thank you. Consent agenda. It probably would be easier to acknowledge what we didn't pull. We have pulls from 4-2, 4-3, 4-5, 4-6, 4-9, 4-8, 4-11, and I believe Councillor Henry pulled 4-7, if I'm not mistaken. So what is left? Okay. Yeah, 4-2, 4-3, 4-5, 4-6, 4-7, 4-8, 4-9, 4-11. So that leaves 4-1 and 4-10. Thank you. Can we vote? Moved by Mayor Collier. Thank you. I received Mayor Collier's list first. Both you and Regional Councillor Lee pulled 4-6 and 4-9. Do you want to start with 4-6? Or do you want to just go in order? Do you care about? Oh, okay. Do you want to just go in order? Okay. 4-2. Regional Councillor Lee, you pulled.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure whether this question goes to the diversity and inclusion coordinator or HR, but I just have a few preliminary questions. So we can start on page 3. I guess in an overall, we did a very similar survey at the region, which kind of marked out a lot of discrepancies. It was kind of disheartening to find out that we're actually a bit worse off at the town in terms of representing underrepresented groups. So we'll start with my first question. On page 3, there's a category marked racialized groups, and it says if racialized groups are represented in Ajax workforce at the same rate that reflects the representation in the overall town at 65%, 186 more racialized individuals will work for the town. What is our current number before the 186 then?
Through the chair to Councillor Lee, so the census does not really break down, you said full-time and part-time.
Well, I think my first question is like, how many total racialized people work for the town of Ajax?
In total, so the breakdown was, it's important to note that 586 people responded to that question. 3% identified as Indigenous, 60% as White, European, Caucasian, 33% as racialized, and then 6% preferred not to answer.
So it's 33% of 500, we'll call it, right?
Yes.
Anyone want to do the math for me? Sure. 107. Okay, thank you. 70. Sorry, 70. So does that include part-time and students, or is that just our full-time employees?
So the census was open to everyone, so part-time students, and it wasn't broken down with regards to status or position either. So the purpose of the workforce census is to ensure that we have baseline demographic data, and it's not granular because we want to make sure that there's that the sensitivities around staff's answers were anonymous and were not identifiable.
Well, I'll go out on the ledge here, and I would safely assume that I think a large number of those are probably part-time students that we use during seasonal jobs. Because quite honestly, like the day-to-day, I don't see the representation at our town. But again, I just my observation. And then how many degrees away from management? I guess you'd say the same answer then, right?
Yeah, so again, the composition of the workforce census does not include those details. So in order to get that more granular information that you're requesting, that would permit us to do a corporate equity review with HR.
Okay. Page 35, recommendation 11 lists, it is recommended that the Town of Ajax review its hiring policies and practices to identify and remove barriers to hiring people born outside the country. From a preliminary analysis, what are some of those barriers currently?
Just off the top of my head, I think I would say there could be language barriers, there could be a matter of educational barriers. So some immigrants have degrees in education outside of Canada, and then when they're applying, there could be, those may not be accepted. Again, those are things that HR would have to discuss and present to council. I think that they are coming to council in the new year, so that's information that they can provide to you.
As a follow-up then, I'm not sure whether this would also be to HR, but there's mention of blind resumes, and I think the mayor and I have been talking about this almost for 2 years now. Are we at least utilizing that practice now, or that hasn't started yet?
From my understanding, blind resumes have not been utilized yet, and I know that HR is under, they're investigating the usage of blind resumes and how that can be implemented at the town. I would defer that to HR to present in the new year to you on where they're at with the blind resumes.
If I'm not mistaken, that was a motion of council, though. I think the clerk can either confirm or not confirm. So why is it taking so long? And I guess that's unfair. Is HR here today or online? I guess the question is, I'm pretty sure that motion passed almost 2 years ago now. So I'm wondering, like, why does it take that long to institute what would seemingly be, and again, I'm a layman, maybe I don't know the answer, an easy policy to enact?
Hi. Through the chair to Councillor Lee. The current system that we have in place for the applicant tracking system doesn't provide for that for blind resumes. It would entail us making it a much more manual process, which could, in fact, extend the amount of time that it takes to hire. We are currently researching that as we are embarking on the HRMS system and looking for those capabilities through the new system.
When do you think well, I guess it would require a report back to council, I'm assuming then. Would that be part of the January report that Ms. Sharma is talking about?
We would just be providing you with that update in January.
Okay. So moving on then, back to underrepresented groups. I have a few, and maybe they're kind of lumped in together. Can you let me know what percentage of our management team, so manager or above, are represented by those underrepresented groups? And then, what have been some of those barriers in the promotion of staff? How do we get more representation? Because, we have our senior management team here. There's not a ton of representation of underrepresented groups. How do we get to that point?
So with regards to the workforce census, I would defer back to HR to answer those questions. Again, the workforce census was not meant to be granular by any means. So us having a report outlining or detailing the racialization of our management and what that would look like for our racialized staff who may be or may not be getting opportunities, either or, I'm not sure, to elevate in the organization or have opportunities for promotion. So again, I would think that through an employees systems review, which is recommendation 21 in the workforce census, I do think that through that is where we would find that kind of information. And again, I would defer to Mary Lou on any other information I may have missed.
Mary Lou, do you want to add anything to that? Oh, I'm sorry, you're on mute.
Through the chair to Councillor Lee. We are working closely with Natasha and also the Diversity Committee to look at various strategies in order to try to improve we're always looking at our hiring practices and looking at ways to improve and ways to attract people from various backgrounds. And we have made some strides in that area. And as Natasha had indicated, we'll be bringing forward a presentation in January to talk about those very things.
Okay, I will end with a comment, and this is, I guess, town-wide to council and staff. We have a diversity problem at the town of Ajax. We love trumpeting how diverse our town is. I think it's 60% or 65%. We use it in all our statistics. We trumpet the work of our diversity group, yet we can't seem to back it up with our own actions. And this is a call out to our senior management team, managers, our HR department, everyone. I think it's glaring how we don't have enough representation. And it's 2023 and we shouldn't be having these discussions. I'd love to be, representing more underrepresented groups, but I'm only talking about even just race at this point. And I just would like to see change faster. And I think some of my colleagues echo that. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions for this report? Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for this report, Ms. Sharma. Very interesting. And thank you to Regional Councillor Lee. Some of my questions were asked and some of your statements I fully and wholly agree with you. So thank you for standing up for that. So I did have a few questions. Is this the first workplace census of this kind that the town has conducted?
Yeah, so just through the chair to Councillor Bauer, to just give you some high-level background, this was on the 2010 work plan of, I believe it was the Diversity and Community Engagement Plan. And then when they renewed that plan, it was still on there in 2017. And then when I was brought in 2020, it was something that was put on my work plan, which was the first workforce census that's been implemented for the town. So it's allowing us to have some type of baseline data in order to implement these recommendations in the next couple of years. We won't see outcomes quickly, and it will take time. And then I think from there, we would probably, the next step in the next, I would say 3 to 5 years, is to do another workforce census in order to understand if we kind of met any of these recommendations that they've outlined here.
Okay, thank you. And how involved was human resources in this census? And I'm just wondering, if the first recommendation came, I'm sorry, you said 2010, 2007, something like that?
It was identified in 2010, yeah.
Okay, so has any background work or prep work or even just data or information or for curiosity's sake even been compiled, or discussions between perhaps DEI and HR that we kind of, was this a complete surprise, or is this info that we kind of already knew, we just haven't formalized? And how involved was HR or should HR be?
I think that the information, there had been discussions when I was on board in 2020 with HR and HR's team as to what maybe hiring practices may look like, where there's room for improvement, what the demographic of our staff may look like. Again, these are all assumptions, and without the quantification of this data, we were unable to know for sure what steps we can take moving forward.
Okay. And were you shocked or surprised at all by these results?
Personally, no, I was not shocked by the results. Just by coming into the organization and just doing just a visual scan of the organization and what that looks like. Some things that did shock me that are detailed in the full report are kind of the mental health supports for staff. It's important to note that when this census was implemented, it was implemented during COVID. So of course, making sure that staff are continuously being supported in that regard, which I had been working with HR on.
Thank you. Recommendation 7, which talks about, on page 41, for internships, it's recommended that the Town of Ajax develop an internship program for Indigenous and racialized youth in each department to allow these youth to have more exposure to different service areas and gain valuable professional experience to help shape their future careers. So currently, does the town offer any specialized, I guess, internship programs or mentoring or shadowing opportunities for racialized groups?
So right now, through grant funding, there has been a couple of placements where there have been, it has been targeted to racialized groups, but a full corporate internship is something I'm working on with HR in order to bring forward to ensure that post-secondary students are able to gain that work experience within our organization. So right now the answer is no, but I am working with HR on different opportunities or grant funding or how to kind of implement that kind of a program in our organization.
Okay. And just as an aside that's kind of related, I know that there's the Shooting Star Bursary program.
Yes.
Which is for Black members of our community, right? Scholarships?
Underrepresented community, so Black, Indigenous, person of color, 2S LGBTQ plus community, and anyone who identifies as an underrepresented group.
Okay, my mistake, I'm sorry, and thank you for clarifying that. How would you say that program has been received by our town?
I think it's been well received by our town. I think it's our 3rd annual Ajax Shining Star Bursary program where council does come and the parents come out, and I think it's well received, and I think it's something that would be well received in our organization as well.
Okay, great, thank you. And I just had a question for Mary Lou, Ms. Cosentino, just from an HR perspective. How involved were you in this census, or will you be in future work or implementing these recommendations?
Mary Lou, if you could activate your microphone, please.
Sorry. Through the chair to Lisa Bauer. The census survey was done by Natasha and her group. HR was not involved in that survey. However, we have obviously taken a look at some of the recommendations that have come through for that report. And there are a number of things that HR has done over the last year to try to increase and certain things like the respectful workplace policy has been put out there, and that deals with diversity as well. We have accommodation policies in place to deal with the staff with any kinds of accommodation issues. In terms of recruitment, we're looking at working with various mediums to advertise our jobs to try to attract people from different and racialized groups to the town. The mental health supports, the Wellness Committee has done an incredible job in increasing support for mental health. as well as internships. So while we don't have a fully developed policy at this point in time, we have been working with various organizations and placing people through the internship um, program as well. So there are various things that we have done over the last year to try to increase. There's always more to be done. And as Natasha had indicated, it's not something that you can necessarily do overnight. It is a work in progress, and it is something that we are definitely committing to and partnering with diversity and inclusion to improve.
Thank you very much for that answer. And thank you very much for this. I think it's so important. You know, representation matters. These recommendations are important. In 2018, when I was first elected, I was so happy to look at our council and say, our council looks like our town. And I think that's really important to the young and old, all residents in our town. So I thank you for this. Please continue to work hard. Please continue to ask for our help and input because this is something that's very, very important. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? If not, I have a couple. Do you know how we compare to, I would say, let's say Whitby or Pickering when it comes to this, like our hiring and staff?
I think that with regards to Whitby and Pickering, they have done their workforce census a little bit after we have done it, so they're probably still wrapping up their reports for that. So I won't be able to answer that right now, but I can figure out that information for you and get it to you offline.
What's the next steps now?
So next steps, it is important just to echo what Councillor Bauer had said, like the PSA group identified this, we've decided to implement it through the D&I portfolio, and I think for myself to collaborate with all of SMT in order to make sure that these recommendations are worked into the work plans, and it's a corporate endeavor for all of us. That again, I think next steps would be, again, waiting 2 to 3 years, maybe even 4 years, because a lot of these are big projects. And then again, I think we would bring forward another workforce census or an equity review at that time, dependent on what the next steps are, and see if we are able to see improvements in the quantification of what we have here right now.
So I feel like most of the recommendations land in HR, correct?
I would say majority of them do.
Right.
Not all of them, but yes, majority of them do. But then again, between myself and HR, we'd have to collaborate and work with the rest of SMT to have these be implemented.
I noticed here disability, 15% of all employees have an invisible disability. What do we do to accommodate perhaps people with a learning disability that would like to apply for a job, but is there a place on the application where it might say accommodations are needed? Because a learning disability doesn't mean you can't work. It means you think differently, and that's it. And so, you know, you don't know that if you don't know they need accommodations. So do we have, or are we prepared to put somewhere on an application that accommodations are required?
I believe that we already do that, but I'm going to defer to Mary Lou to answer that question.
Mary Lou, again, if you could activate your microphone.
Sorry. Yes, we do put that on all of our job postings. In addition, when we are contacting candidates for interview, we ask the question. And then in addition to that, whenever we are confronted with that issue as an employee, once they disclose the information to us, we work with that employee to ensure that we can accommodate that person.
And you have an expert in your staff that is able to work with individuals like that?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes,
That's good to hear. Because I would suggest that the percentage is probably higher, but people don't want to disclose it.
Absolutely.
In my experience, and I have personal experience it, being somebody with a learning disability and a daughter with a learning disability, and now seeing the same disability in my granddaughter. So thank you. Thank you. If there's no other questions, I need a mover. Counselor Bauer. The vote is open. Thank you. The next one, sorry, my bad. I'm gonna find my notes. Is 4-3. And I believe that's Regional Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to the manager of HR. So we're extending by 1 year at 5.2 million, we'll call it and change. Is that the price for years 1 through 4, or is there an uptick for extending?
No, that's the year for the 1 year.
No, I'm sorry. Are we paying by any chance more than we were the previous years?
I believe that every year you will see a slight increase in the premium rates, yes.
So the total rate, I mean, like the 5.2 million, we would have paid 5 million last year or 5.1 or?
I don't have that number in front of me, but I would expect that it would have been a little bit lower than that.
Sure. So, we knew our contract was expiring at the end of this year. Why didn't we proactively release this to tender back in January, for example, so that by next year we'd either lock in with Sun Life for the same period, or a new provider, possibly for, more or less costs? Why didn't we do this more quickly?
So the first step in the process was to also take a look at our benefits broker. And that is a key part in us moving forward with the next step. So our benefits broker, we are currently in the process of going through an RFP process for our benefit broker. Once that piece is done, then we will embark on looking at our options for a new provider for our benefits. And so, again, the process itself is quite extensive. It takes a number of months to get through. And so this was these are the steps that we needed to take in order for us to ensure that we were able to do so in an effective way.
Okay. I mean, I wasn't aware we had a benefits broker. I thought that was what your department did. So thank you. Learned something today. And okay, those are all my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions on this? If not, the vote's open. Regional Councillor Lee moves. Thank you. 4-5 was pulled by Regional Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. This is surety bonds. My only question was why, so we currently have this program, we trialed it, and we had 2 takers, but I'm mistaken, one of them being Grandview, correct? I guess, why are we committing for 5 years that was only for a program that was only taken advantage of twice? Why wouldn't we do it for a smaller amount of time?
Through the chair to Regional Councillor Lee, we're trying to get a little more experience before we decide whether we should continue or not with this program. So at this point, we've only had 2 developments that had shown interest or had inquired about this. So before we would close out this program, we'd like to get a little bit more experience to see if this is something that the development community does want to utilize.
So if we were to extend it for 3 years, hypothetically, would that impact finances, kind of the plan at all? Or we more or less just kind of picked 5 because we thought that was a suitable test range?
Through the chair, we could have gone 3, 5. We thought 5 years would be a suitable time range, and obviously we'd be monitoring it over the next 5 years. If something happened that we weren't supportive of it, then we would come back to council earlier.
Okay, so Chair, if it's okay, I'd actually like to amend this to just be 3 years. My rationale ultimately being, like, I don't think it's appropriate to tie next council to a 5-year window that they may not agree to. I think expiring at 3 years, the next council can get a report and then can make that decision from there. And we will still have sufficient data to make a decision whether this program works or not.
Thank you. I don't need a seconder. Is there any questions or comments to the amendment? If not, All in favor? Your vote will be open. Okay, and did you want to move the original?
Sure, thank you, Chair.
Regional Councillor Lee to move, and your vote is open. Protest vote? I think she's in favor. Okay, 4.6 is the operating budget. Both Mayor Collier and Regional Councillor Lee pulled. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just let me find my comment. So first, just the library surplus on page 5 of the report, page 118 of the agenda. I've read this several times and I just am not understanding it. So there's a library surplus of 317,700, of which 250 was to the library capital reserve as per our MOU, and the balance of 67.7. I'm not clear, did that actually come back to the town, or is that going into another internal reserve at the library?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, yes, that will go into our town surplus.
Okay. I know they had talked about starting a number of project-specific $75,000 reserves, so I just wasn't clear on that. To the other, as far as revenue, loss of facility revenue is driven by lower ice rental revenue from the Village Arena. Is the ice at the ACC fully booked at this time?
Through the chair to Mayor Collier, I wouldn't say fully booked. There's certainly pockets of the ice that are available. However, the projections for ACC ice rental revenues will exceed the budget for this year. So they're looking fairly healthy. With the closure of the Village Arena, most of the usage that was over there, we've shifted to different times at ACC. So yes, it's fairly full.
Okay, so going forward, we won't be budgeting anything for ice revenues from the Village Arena.
That's correct, for 2024, yes.
And just to the parking fines, I'm wondering, because part of this project, if I'm remembering it correctly, was to have, I think it was 4 staff specifically to administer the parking program. I'm wondering why our parking fines would be $135,900 lower due to staffing challenges when we specifically put in the budget to hire staff for this.
Thank you. I'll respond to that. And Mr. Hannon's here if I get anything wrong. I believe it was actually 6 additional part-time staff that we added for that program, and the result has been a massive leap, frankly, in parking revenue. So it has achieved that. But over the past year, we've had a very large number of vacancies in those part-time positions, which is common in bylaw, but it's been especially bad this year. And that's the big contributor to this shortfall.
Okay, what can be done to rectify that going forward? Like, what is the issue? Because that's, it's $135,900 in shortfall.
Sure. Well, one of the big things that I think will help to rectify it is, as we know, Council has recently approved the exempt compensation review, which included part-time staff and resulted in an adjustment for the part-time positions that have made them much more competitive in the market. So I expect that will have a positive impact going forward.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
That was yours? Okay. Did you want to move it? Oh, was there any other questions? Regional Councillor Dies.
Thank you. On page 117, where the chart is on revenue, slots and a lexicon is put together. Can you tell me how much revenue was from slots specifically and a lexicon specifically?
Through the chair, I don't have the exact number in front of me. We had estimated about 4 million for slots. We are seeing a little bit higher, about just over 5 million. The lexicon number was about 2 million. We're expecting in and around that number.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other questions? Moved by Mayor Collier, and the vote's open. Oh, Joanne's still protesting. That's all right, Nancy couldn't vote and she got a yes, so we're all in favor. 4-7, again, it was Mayor Collier and Regional Councillor Lee. Nope, sorry, oh no, 4-7 is, sorry, my bad. Councillor Henry.
Thank you. Give me one moment, I do apologize here. I had some computer issues this morning. So with regards to the report through the chair, I wanted to ask with regards to the, on page 125, just above financial implications, number 3, it says, based on the noted information, planning and development services staff would be supportive of the town-wide parking master plan that addresses the town's ongoing and future parking management issues. PMP may propose as part of the town's capital and long-range capital forecast at the appropriate time. So my question would be, what does that mean at the appropriate time?
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, I just think we'll look at it at a future date. We identified the need for it. Council's made that decision. We went out, did the RFI, didn't get much feedback. Not going to reiterate the report.
Yeah.
However, parking master plan would be the way to go, and that would be something that we would look at bringing forward in the budget in the future. Not this immediate budget, but a future budget as the need presented itself more apparently.
Sorry, as the need presented itself more apparently.
Yeah, right, through the chair to Councillor Henry. It's a big project. It affects the whole municipality. I think we would have to look at the various inputs from the various departments, staffing. It's very robust, so I think that would be a project that we would bring forward in concert with other departments in a future budget.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Did you want to move this? Thank you. So Councillor Henry to move, open. Vote's open. How does Joanne vote today? Oh, look, you're in. You're good. Okay, next is Mayor Collier for 4.8.
Thank you, Chair. I don't need to ask any questions. I just want to speak to it. One of the items in the budget that's going to come forward on December the 18th to council and on January 3rd to the public is a new position for a basically land division clerk to oversee these new committee of adjustment. And I just want to point out that this is a download from the province. This is not something we have any control over. We need to have this new position and incur the cost because this responsibility has been transferred by the province from the region to the municipality, to the lower tier municipality. So I just wanted to make that point, and I have spoken to the treasurer about following in the footsteps of what some other mayors have done, specifically the mayor of Guelph with the pills, they're calling it, or the provincial, just completely separating funding that we are obligated to pay because changes made by the province that we were not part of. So we want to make sure we keep track of those, and this is one of those spends. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, did you want to move this? You don't want to move it? Regional Councillor Lee will move. Is there any other questions? Okay, vote's open. Next is 4.9. Both Mayor Collier and Regional Councillor Lee pulled this. Did you want to start, Mayor Collier?
I don't have any questions. Again, this is just in response to some questions that were asked by my fellow colleagues about the start times. Seems to make sense, and that's what is in the report as well, as there's not a lot of attendance to our 7 o'clock meetings. Sometimes when we get around 10, 11 o'clock at night, maybe we don't have our best hats on for the items that are in front of us. So moving this to a 1 o'clock start time aligns with our others, and I move this forward through Mayor Direction number 3-2023. So it's here before you today. Hope for your support. Thank you.
Regional Councillor Lee?
Just very quick question. Why did we choose 1 p.m. as opposed to 9:30?
Through the chair, so the reason the report talks about 1 p.m. is specifically is because the mayoral direction specified 1 p.m. as what we were to examine as an option.
Want to sleep in?
There's also, just looking at the meetings that are scheduled by the Region of Durham, there's a number of standing committee meetings that occur on Tuesday mornings at 9 o'clock or 9:30. And as you know, in Ajax, when we have a holiday that falls on a Monday, we move the meetings to Tuesday morning, which happens more often than you might think and would have the, would be in conflict with region meetings. So 1 p.m. is a more suitable time.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Did you want to move it? Okay. Oh, okay. Mayor Colley. Oh, did you have a question, Regional Councillor Dias?
Thank you. So that helps with the timing for me to understand, but I'm wondering, so the council meeting is a culmination of both two committee meetings, so it gives the public opportunity to attend. So what happens to those who can't, don't have access to computers? Because we do have that issue with particularly the seniors. Are they still able to attend the meeting?
Certainly, yes. Like the meetings are still open to the public, so a member of the public could attend during the daytime if they're available to in person, or of course, there's the remote options as well.
Okay, thank you. I just have a comment, Madam Chair, if I may. So, you know, I was regional councillor for a long time, and I can tell you for a fact that what local councillors are paid, they can't live on in this community. It's not a supporting salary. So you're automatically eliminating a number of people from being able to do this job when all meetings are attended in the daytime, because they do take time off work if they're working to attend those meetings. And I think that's problematic. I think, you know, that we need as many people who want to step up to the plate to represent you, to represent our constituents. I think we should keep that open. I think this is more of a restriction. This eliminates any single parent family out there. And it also eliminates that community that we had just at our last council meeting, where the library came with the winners of the bookmarks and all of the different teams that we've had come that we celebrated their wins. So, you know, it may be take a little time to still come back from COVID and get more people out, but I think we have to give it that time, and I think it's really important that the community has access to it. Thank you.
Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Regional Councillor Dias, for your comments. So I know the report comments about the traditional 9 to 5 work hours and how people were given that choice to attend a 7 p.m. meeting for the 9 to 5ers. So in my other job, I'm a 9 to 5er. So a 7 p.m. meeting, although it can be late sometimes, and nobody likes a late meeting regardless of what it's about, the 7 o'clock option really helped in the balance of my life. I know we're not supposed to make decisions based on our own needs or wants. However, a lot of my friends are 9 to 5ers. Lots of moms and dads at schools are 9 to 5ers, or just have that opportunity to go home, get settled, get their kids settled, have dinner, and then pop out to an exciting council or CAT meeting. And an in-person meeting is different than a virtual meeting, and there are convenience factors for Zoom for sure. But I don't like the idea of taking away that option completely. And some of the points that Regional Councillor Dias made a lot of sense to me. So I guess my question would be, this is not a set in stone change. So if a change were to happen to our meeting times and it didn't work out, or we didn't like it, there's an opportunity to change it back. Is that right?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, certainly council can change their minds on any number of things. If there was a decision to revisit this within this term of council, it would be subject to a motion to reconsider. But I will also say there's definitely an opportunity where it's warranted on a one-off basis or on occasion to hold evening meetings where the circumstances warrant it. I mean, as an example, we're having a council meeting at 1 p.m. today because it's the last meeting of the year, and this is just how our council calendar works. So nothing would preclude the mayor or council under the rescheduling provisions within the procedure bylaw from on occasion holding an evening meeting if there was reason to.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Henry.
Thank you. I do support this. I support it so much actually that I went to Director Cooper before the summer and asked about doing this. I was told staff was bringing forth a report, so I'm glad that the mayor brought this forth. I am hearing my council colleagues loud and clear and would be open to change if it did not work out, respectfully, understanding where they're coming from. I think it might open us up to a whole new opportunity for folks to come out and participate in the meetings that might not have had the chance before for other reasons. So I will be supporting this. Thank you.
Any other comments? If not, it's been moved by Regional Councillor, no, I think by Mayor Collier. The vote is open. There definitely no's. Then last poll we had was 411, and this is by Mayor Collier and Councillor Henry. Mayor Collier?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to speak in support of this. I'm glad to see this come forward. When we directed staff to look at this some time ago, this is one of the options, and after their review, now their recommendation, which I completely support. We were, I think, the first municipality to ban election signs on public property. Many others have since followed suit. We go to great lengths to notify candidates, provide the package, everything else. In every election, you get people just abusing the process. This is a very real cost in staff time and resources to deal with this, and there's really no repercussions. So this, I mean, if you're going to put your name forward and run, first, you should be prepared to follow the rules. And second, you should be prepared to pay the price if you don't follow the rules. I mean, this is the way we work. And I think by having, and I do agree with the amount set out in here, the recommendation, it's not a large amount. If you're going to be running for one of these positions, you're going to need a heck of a lot more than that for your campaign. And this is not something that's going to stop people from running, in my opinion, but it is something that's going to hold them accountable. So I absolutely will support it, and I will ask for support from my colleagues. Thank you.
Councillor Henry?
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question with regards to the report itself. So, through the chair, this proposed election bylaw, this would also be for federal and provincial campaign candidates as well?
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, that is correct.
Okay. And what happens if a candidate, any candidate, goes to a house, and I've had this happen to myself, you get signs on lawns, and they're cutting their grass on a Sunday, they move it to the boulevard, they forgot to put it back where you had it, or they don't like it where you had it, because, you know, we always explain that it has to be on your side of the property, not the town side. What happens in that case?
Through the chair to Councillor Henry. So typically we would knock on people's door to verify whether or not they wanted the sign. If it was their sign, we would give them the opportunity to put it back to their property. If we went to a street that had 6 or 7 candidate signs all along the boulevard, we would go on the assumption that they were illegally placed and we would remove them.
Okay, so my concern with that is, I don't know if you remember this or not, one of the elections I ran in, I had them all along one street, and the same thing happened where folks moved them out and all my signs were gone. Now, that election I called you, you had them, I got them back, I provided the information. If a candidate was allowed to provide the information that person did actually ask for them had names. Would you give back the signs without a cost?
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, not anymore. We have a no return policy anymore, so they would not be returned at that point. It would be documented where the signs were located, and they would be disposed of.
And they would be disposed of, even if a candidate, any candidate, not myself, any candidate came to you and said, look, I have this person's name. Maybe the father said yes, and it was the mother that moved the sign, whatever. You still would not give back.
That's correct.
Okay.
I think it's important that the candidates communicate with the people when they put up the signs, that they make sure that they stay on private property.
Okay. I'm worried about the barriers that this causes. I do understand Mayor Collier's comments, and they make sense to me. I understand what he's saying. If you run in a campaign, you're gonna need a lot more money than this. You should be a responsible person that reads the sign bylaws. I know it puts a stress on your department. I've seen it over the years. It puts a stress on candidates that do follow the sign bylaws. But I also know that residents move signs a lot, not understanding, even when you explain it sometimes at the doors, because they're looking at their lawns and you know, we have a great amount of residents in the town that take pride in their lawns and do a great job. And they move the signs for that. And I am worried about how that could affect candidates. So, and I'm wondering about barriers put up. Has this come by the accessibility committee at all? Has there been any input from them with regards to a candidate with accessible needs running, and if that would have any effect?
Through the chair to Councillor Henry, absolutely not. We have not had any discussions over accessibility. Through my opinion, I don't believe that would be a barrier, regardless of who's mounting the signs. They must be located 100% on private property. And as I said, if we got a complaint, we would always try to give the resident the once-off about knocking on the door and verifying it and giving them time to remove it. But if we went to an area where we were talking 5, 7, 10 signs, that's where we would remove without going door to door. We also do most of our work in the middle of the night as well.
Okay. I'm going to support this, but I want you to keep in mind something. Like, I myself had 100 signs taken that you didn't have. We talked about this. You had 3. Where did they go? Who took them? People play jokes in campaigns that aren't so funny. And that could really, somebody moving signs in the middle of the night to make it look like somebody put them in the wrong place, that could really impact a candidate that doesn't have a lot of money to run. So, thank you.
Councillor Tyler Morin.
Thank you so much. Most of my questions have been answered, but I think if I can just do a really quick comment. I want anybody listening at home to know that Mr. Hannon, his team, by law, there are no handshakes and winks. We're all the same. Some people might claim that, you know, because we're incumbents or we're in government now, we're passing these in some sort of favors. It's not. We are under the same thumb, the same rules and regulations. So we have to be mindful of all the stuff that Councillor Henry has said, and just follow the rules. I just want to make a comment on that. Thank you.
Regional Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to Manager Bylaw, what if a business contacts the town to remove signs? So a business owner says, I have a plaza, did not approve of these 15 signs. Is it up to the business owner to remove, or will you remove it and then deduct from the deposit?
Through the chair to Councillor Lee, it would be an issue that we would deal with individually. Sometimes on private property, but the placement of signs can get really difficult. Whether the property owner's given permission, tenants, even adult children of parents that live at properties give permission for signs, and then we get phone calls from the parents saying, why is this sign sitting on my front lawn? Typically, we would say to the private property owners to govern their own property accordingly. Unless we had definitive proof, if the town was involved, we wouldn't be billing the private property point to this program. This is really intended for our road allowances and town-owned lands. Again, it can be difficult to verify whether permission was given.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you, Chair. Or thank you, Chair.
Is there any other, Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Hannon. Thank you for the report, and this may have been mentioned, and I'm sorry if I missed it. If the $500 deposit is reduced to 0 and there are still more signs, what happens then?
through the chair to Councillor Brower, we would pursue charges at that point. Once that has been eliminated, we would proceed through charges through the courts, and hopefully, as council's aware with our new AMP program, we'd be looking to move that type of offense over to an AMP system moving forward.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Is this similar to the real estate signs?
To the chair, no, it wouldn't be. The real estate we take, period, they get removed outright now.
Gone, right?
Correct.
Well, I can assure you that Mr. Hannon treats us all equal, regardless of our status. We are all above, none of us are above the law. Thank you very much. This is moved by Regional Council, no, by Mayor Collier, and vote's open. Thank you. Okay, thank you. We have no discussion or presentation. I've been asked to move the customer service strategy before the planning and development. So we're just gonna, I've been told I don't need a motion. We're just gonna do it. So I'm gonna hand this over to Director Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep my comments brief. There's a brief covering report in the agenda that serves as sort of a cover for the customer service strategy, which is also contained in the package. I don't intend to speak to it in any amount of detail, but I'd like to introduce Ian Shelley, who has been our consultant on this project, and he'll be giving a 10-minute presentation to take you through the strategy. Welcome, Ian. Madam Chair, would you mind if we just took a 2-minute recess? I just need to fix something with the presentation.
Sure.
Thank you.
2 minutes. Oh, candies.
Yes, that's fine too, if you want to do the planning item first.
Jeff, I've lost control.
Madam Chair, do you wish to proceed with the recess?
Yes, I think
Thank
we
you.
do.
Madam Chair, we are now back.
Thank you. We are back and ready for our customer service strategy report. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for allowing me to present this afternoon. I'd had the pleasure of working with the team over the last few months to help develop the customer service strategy, which I'm going to present in a brief flyby to give you plenty of opportunity for questions. So, we started off this process by looking at how customer service is done today, and I'll talk in a minute about all of the people that we consulted through this to understand what's happening. As outsiders, it's a fresh pair of eyes to come in and say, what's happening? How are you doing this? This is something we do regularly as a firm with municipal organisations, and I would say up until recently, what we found has been largely consistent, and you'll hear today how what we found was maybe a little bit different here, and different in a positive way. Midway through this, we stopped with that information, the current state, and presented it back to the team and developed a picture of where they wanted to be. If this is where we are today, where do we want to be in the future? And that was the thing that allowed us to build out the report that you will have seen and provided the direction for customer service. I think at the moment this is a great time to do it, just globally in where we are, is looking at how we interact. I think there has been a shift in how people behave in the last few years and behave in how they interact in organisations, both positively and negatively. We've heard so much of the personality of people interacting with organisations in negative ways as well, but there's definitely been a change in what we're hearing from the municipalities that we work with. So we think this is a great time to be looking at how you execute customer service. The other factor is there was so much change organisationally in the last few years to accommodate the environment we were in. It's a good time to stop and look back at that change and say, are we in the right place, or do we need to refine how we've been working? I talked about the consultation. It was fairly extensive. I'm not going to go through these in detail, but if you look down at some of the highlighted numbers, 14 senior management staff that we spoke to. We call it process shadowing. We actually did 18 separate sessions where we sat with staff while they delivered customer service, whether that was at the front desk, whether it was at the phones, elsewhere, just to see how it works, what they have to do. We did some public consultation sessions to look at what do the residents and the customers, we did residents and we did community group representatives as well to see what they wanted out of how they interacted with the town. We talked to some of your peers. I think it was 7 of the peers that we spoke to. I prefer to talk to peers and ask them about why they've made the decisions they've made. So the conversations weren't about, well, we've got 10 people over here. It was, well, why do you have 10 people over there? So understand a bit more about the reasons, not the absolutes, to see if there's any lessons there that we can bring back that are applicable to this organisation. So fairly extensive, review of the organisation and consultation to draw input. I think I want to highlight the first one. It was generally positive, the feedback. Often with this, we hear and see the same sort of things. Here we didn't. It was largely positive viewpoints from customer service staff, positive viewpoints from staff themselves, positive viewpoints from the people who are consuming the services and how it happens. Obviously, there's going to be people who didn't get the answer they wanted when they came to Ajax, but that wasn't the prevailing sentiment that was coming through. The other thing we came across, which was a little bit surprising to me, was that the volume of interaction that's happening was definitely manageable. It was, I know you'll see on the next slide what I mean by manageable, but it wasn't overwhelming, and it didn't seem as though staff were overwhelmed by the volume of interactions at the moment. There's a few areas that came out that we put on the table as things that can be worked on, should be worked on. And I think the big caveat of this is, universally across Southern Ontario is the growth story. Growth in population, the growth in demand, and certainly that's been something that came through in this review. And we think that these areas of labour-intensive processes and difference in process between departments are areas that are not causing today the headaches that we may have seen in other organisations. But if they're not rectified now, then that growth that will continue to come could make those more problematic for the organisation. Talked about manageable workload. There are not great systems in place today. Some would say there's no systems in place around customer service explicitly, but there's some mechanics. So the data we had was limited, and we took the phone data. If you look at this, these are, I think it's calls per hour, across the various lines that come into it. Those volumes are quite manageable in terms of 9, 7, 6 calls per hour coming in for the staff. And what we found is many of the staff, particularly in the departments, don't have customer service as their only responsibility. They're doing something else as well. So as we dug into this, there didn't seem to be that overwhelming need to push towards centralization. The workload doesn't look substantive, and the people who are doing it are doing other things as well and managing it within their workload. Some other organizations, it's a different story. These volumes are much, much higher. There's many staff dedicated to customer service distributors, and there's a real case there for bringing them together to build consistency and to build some level of efficiency. That wasn't the picture that we drew out of this. The other thing that I thought was very interesting as we went through it is this graph. And again, we've only got call volumes. We believe about 60% of the interactions are phone-based compared to in-person or online, that sort of thing, so the vast majority. This is the 4-year view on call volumes, and there's definitely at the moment a distinct increase in call volumes than pre-COVID levels. We don't have the data, but we strongly believe that this shows you that there's a change in behavior. It's not a net increase in just more customer service. We think very likely that's a lag maybe, or a complete change in behavior of people not using in-person as much. It's a shift of volume of customer service activity. And I think it really demonstrates what's possible. If I go back 10 years, I would have been thrown out for suggesting more online services. But I think this is really the indicator of what's possible in terms of behavior and moving people forward, that we can influence them. I mentioned the visioning session. Having looked at what we saw, we came up with 3 directions, and we tend to present these as completely distinct. They're not, but for purposes of discussion, we did a working session with the group and presented 3 distinct options. Said, you could fix up some of these things, keep doing what you're doing. We'll pick up the 4 or 5 areas that we know we can make better, and we call that status quo with adjustments. Do what we're doing, just be a bit more effective about it. We could go down the service Ajax concept. We could go with that, more formalized central customer service. We could see what we could move from departments in terms of workload and bring it across. Or we could focus on the customer experience. And what we mean by that is thinking about how we deliver a consistent experience, however you approach Ajax, and elevate that experience. And what do we need to improve the experience and make it an excellent experience every time? Through discussion, where we landed was very much the group wanted to lead with the customer experience. They were compelled with the idea that today, maybe Service Ajax isn't exactly required, and maybe that's not the investment that we want to put forward today. Going with this doesn't preclude that at some point in the future. Some people would argue, and I think it's reasonable, that having consistency would make it easier to move to a Service Ajax, rather than having inconsistency and bringing that together if we're already largely consistent. So not precluding that, but at the moment, focus on developing the customer experience that you want and making sure everyone in the organization that's doing customer service can deliver that. And the team very much didn't want to forget about those improvements that we'd highlighted that make things better for everyone. So that was kept in as the second part of the direction. As we started to develop out that picture, well, okay, if that's the direction, what do we mean by that? There was 3 themes that we focused in on. I'm limited in how I access services was one of the themes, and by that it meant I might be able to go in person, but can I go online? I might be able to phone, but they can't answer my question. So how do we make it less limiting that I have choice in how I want to approach Ajax? Talked about difference. How do we make it consistent? We talked about giving staff tools to do the job and information to do the job. So if part of your role, and some again might argue that everyone's role has a part that's customer service, but if formally you have customer service in your role, you all have access to the right tools and you all have access to the right information. We came up with a statement to lead off on this, that the town delivers a consistently positive customer experience however you approach us. There was various iterations of this, and the first one that we delivered to the team didn't have the word positive in. And we got feedback saying we don't want a consistently bad experience. So we added the positive into it to round the statement out. You can massage this in different ways, but we thought it's a personal, the town, it's consistent, it's positive, and we're focused on that customer experience. That's it. That's the defining point. What that experience is, we have to develop and implement, but that's the entire focus. We came up with 5 principles, and this is what we've built the work plan from, of how we're going to execute that vision. The first one, I keep saying it, consistent experience wherever I go. I have some choice as a customer about how I access services. We universally hear back when we go to residences, it's actually great that I can get to a person, because many organizations that I deal with now, I can't even ever get to a person. So don't take that away. But yes, I would like to do it at 9 p.m. at night online sometimes. So that's not helpful in some respects, but what we're constantly hearing is give me choice, give me the options, don't take them away. Easy to navigate. In my business for many years now, the mantra is focused on making things more efficient for the organization. What this is saying is make it easy for the customer. And that might not be as easy for the organization. There may be other things that the organization has to do to deliver that experience. Talked about tools and knowledge that all staff need. Whoever you are, you should be able to look up what's happening with a customer and give them an answer there and then. Not say, I'll get you to somebody or I'll find out for you or anything else. It should be there and ready, and you should know how to do it. And the final element is about using data to improve services. It's got the word customer service there. Today, there's a fledgling activity to reuse that information together. It's very manual, but with a sophisticated approach to the information that you're getting to understand what customers are interested in, finding difficult, all of those things. It's a gold mine of information on feedback to how you're performing. Since we are not putting forward that idea of centralization, remains decentralized, then I think there are some responsibility or roles that need to be introduced. And the first one is through legislative and information services being the custodian of the customer experience and ensuring that across the organization, staff who are doing customer service have the tools, the knowledge, and deliver against the standards. So a big shift here, it's not just delivering customer service, it's being a custodian of customer service across the organization. And that means departments need to accept their responsibility for customer service, sign up to the standards and the expectations, think about the staffing they would need to achieve it, and monitor the performance and gather the feedback. It doesn't sound shocking, but it's certainly different, and we're suggesting that that has some level of formality associated with it so everyone knows. I've had a feedback, not from this project, but another project that a manager turned around and said, look, if they want somebody at that seat who's going to answer the phone every time it rings, just tell me, and I'll make sure I know what the staffing is. And I think this clarity about expectations for customer service is what we're suggesting here. I'm not going to read through these, they are detailed in the report, but there was 12 specific initiatives that we hung under 3 pillars, if you like, of the strategic plan. So define the experience, exactly how do we want the customers to find in person, online, on the phone, wherever they go in the organization. Deploy the tools. There is certainly going to be asks come forward if they haven't for additional tools around managing customer information. Municipalities are designed to manage property information. So managing information about people is something difficult and somewhat tricky to bring forward, but that's got to be fundamental. And then finally, elevate the delivery. And I don't see these as entirely sequential, but how do we bring everyone in the organization up so that they can deliver that experience that we've defined? So three pillars, 12 initiatives that we've laid out for the organization to move forward. And finally, the timeline. It's not something that can happen instantly, but we think certainly next year significant progress can be made around the foundations. It wasn't just myself that created this, this strategy. I've got 3 people on my team that have helped out with it. And when this first came forward, it was shifted right about a year. And I said, no, shift it left and let's put some pressure on moving things. I think there's elements of this that could be piloted, could be trialed. There's other things that could be done. What's laid out here is very much a progressive movement forward. A key element to it is the CRM system, which would be the technology backbone. But that doesn't mean other elements can't be moved forward in the design and development. So a 3.5 year plan that we put forward across 12 initiatives to deliver against the brand new customer experience as the foundation for the customer service strategy.
Thank you. Short and sweet. Do we have any questions? None? I do. Do we ever record any customer service calls? Like I can't call anywhere, any bank, any clothing store, anywhere where they say, just so you know that this call is being recorded for whatever. Yeah. Yeah, do we do that currently?
No, we do not.
Why not?
I'm not sure I have a great answer to that. It's just not something that we've undertaken to date, but likely something we'll look at as part of defining the customer experience and looking at some quality control elements around that.
Yeah, I think that as our town grows and continues to grow and will continue to grow, there's no way to really capture the experience that a customer is having until you have that. I mean, I realize you have to listen to it, I realize, but it doesn't have to be you to listen to every call, right? Because along with that, there'll be at the end of the call, sometimes somebody will say to you, we're going to send you a survey. How did we do today? Right? And I think that that's really honest, good feedback that you can get from a customer at that moment. And they don't have to be long, but how did we do? And I often get those and I often fill them out. And I'm very honest because that provides a coaching experience. So we're not looking to get anybody. It's not a gotcha moment. It's about being able to see where our weaknesses are and being able to improve on those. I managed 14 people in customer service at Gailey Foods for 5 years. And it was a constant rotation of people and constantly we're on the phones, in our email, all that kind of stuff. And like everybody's gonna have a bad day, but you wanna have that consistent approach and you want people to walk away feeling like they're the most valuable person that day, that phone call, that they walked away feeling like, no matter how simple the question was, that they felt important. So anyway, that would be where I would love to see this go. Even if, like the CRM thing, I think we do a good job. But I think that those are kind of checks and balances that we could add to it just to help, just to make sure. Okay, Councillor Bauer, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. And it was nice to start it off with a positive note that most staff, I guess, and customers were satisfied. That's really good news. You can only build up from there. So I see that the very first step or the very next step will be to form the customer experience team. So can you just talk about what that actually will look like and what that will entail?
There is a section at the rear of the report that outlines a bit more about that concept, but the first suggestion we're making is that within the town at the moment, there aren't necessarily people with a depth of experience in designing customer experience across multiple channels. It's a skill set. There's, so certainly look internally, but find individuals that have that type of capability. We've indicated that there's 2 roles we think would be very helpful because there's work to be done outside of the day job. So that's primarily it. We think they are somewhat project-like resources in the sense there's a beginning and an end to it. And the first role is a project management type role with a customer experience background who can coordinate a range of initiatives and move those forward. And the second role is more of an analyst type role, somebody who would be looking at preparing the design of the customer experience and working with staff across the departments. I think any of the rollout here requires staff from the department's involvement, but having those 2 resources to drive forward a program, there's 12 initiatives there over a 3-year period with a defined beginning and end. Whether those roles then morph into something else, you would learn from the experience of the execution, whether you require those roles additionally. I think that the analyst role would have a substantial foot within the technology camp as well, and it may be that that's a hybrid role because the CRM in the current work plan is one of the largest of the initiatives, so that might be somewhere anchored around the technology as well. So they're the 2 roles that we've put forward for rolling out the entire program, not just defining the customer experience, but having responsibility for driving that across the organization.
Okay, thank you. And I'm guessing that there would be existing procedure or policy on customer service. So will that be integrated or is that you're replacing all of that?
Through the chair to Councillor Bauer, yes, we do have customer service standards that I think were brought in maybe circa 2008 or so. They require a fresh look and probably a more robust set of policies around customer interactions. We do have all of those baseline policies in place, but they require a bit of a dusting off and some modernization. So that'll be part of the work that's undertaken following approval of the strategy.
Thank you. Those are my questions, Chair. Thank you.
Any other questions? And just remember, we have internal customers and we have external customers. Both are valued, right? And both require the same professional amount of communication. Anyway, thank you for your report. I need a mover. I move to receive Councillor Bauer, and the vote's open. Thank you. Now we have Director Romanowski to talk about Development Application Review Teams Pilot.
Thank you very much. Good day, Mayor, members of Council. Today's presentation is going to provide an overview and an update of a new way of doing business in planning development services. P&D has been working on reimagining and deploying a new development application review process for the better part of almost 18 months. So why in P&D do we need to reimagine the way that we carried out one of our core services, being the development application review process? The principal driver of concern that we were getting, noticeable number of complaints, inquiries from everyone involved in the development application review process. We worked with the mayor, CAO, director of finance, P&D senior leadership team, and those directly involved in the development application review process over 2020 and 2021 to establish, I guess, our new objective, which is to streamline the development application reviews in a way to improve overall efficiency, encourage team building across sections within the department, and lessen the isolation felt by working from home. So we have to understand we're going through COVID at this time as we're going through this kind of new way of doing things. So in addition to recognizing the principal concerns and identifying the principal objective, we also established a framework and conducted research to see where we were in the larger landscape. And we had buy-in points along the way to ensure we were hitting the objectives and addressing the concerns that were brought forward. So we developed a development application review team framework. The framework is based on having realistic timelines, subject to legislation, enable staff to work in these teams to track successes and hit legislative timelines again. Also have results that are predictable and resource options to ensure that the teams can function in multiple ways. Our research found that we needed to be more efficient and reliable within the process, but we determined that the process itself wasn't broken, but that it lacked the right complement of staff to carry out the work that was one of our core services, being the development review process. And when we compared ourselves to others, we reported back to the CAO with the framework for development application review team pilot, along with staffing requests through contract work. Other staffing positions were also brought up through past budgets in order to round out the staffing complement for the team development application review team pilot. And I'll report on this in a closing report towards the end of the pilot, which is projected to be completed by the end of 2024. I guess another kind of obvious factor is this, reimagination between the balance of like the development applications and the amount of staff that we have to process the applications. And from 2018 to 2020, P&D carried a load about anywhere between 85 to 90, almost 100 applications. And these were our OPA, ZBA, site plan amendments, draft plans of condo, draft plans of subdivision. Also, not to forget to mention, there's also all these other minor kind of applications, and that's an additional 80 to 150 applications or files or processes that are lopped on top of that. And, you know, we were doing this all with 8 staff. So essentially, we had a structure that was understaffed for the application load, which we had, which led to delays and complaints. So we had to look at the process in a different way. Ultimately, we set out to create a better, more predictable process and service. And what we are seeing to date is very promising. So almost after 18 months of discussing, conceptualizing a framework, researching models and staffing complements, securing staff through various means, and rejigging the process itself, as well as gaining buy-in points along the way, we launched our pilot, 2-year pilot in September of 2022. So now we understand how we got here. You know, what does the development application review teams look like? Well, we have 5 teams, 2 expedited, 2 standard, 1 technical. Each team is comprised of a planner, engineer, transportation tech, landscape architect, and a planning technician. There's also admin support for each of these teams. Staff that were acquired initially through contracted service to help initiate the pilot was a planner, a landscape architect, a planning tech, a transportation tech, and a construction inspector within our engineering section. Really high level, expedited teams deal with high priority applications in mixed use intensification areas, high priority locations, and it'll deal with applications in the downtown, uptown, midtown, or the GO node. Our standard review teams would deal with our standard reviews. Again, OPA, ZBA, site plans, but ones that may require longer period of time, not as high priority. So those teams review that. And then we have our technical team, which, as I mentioned, those 80 to 150 other applications, land divisions, minor variances, compliance letters, zoning checks, they're working on those, as well as also assisting the standard and expedited teams. So it is really trying to build this team kind of atmosphere through this. Here we see it graphically. So where we had 8 P&D staff in development application review, we now have 17. You're gonna do the math and you're like, wait, Jeff, there's 25 boxes. Some people are pulling double duty, so don't worry, I did that math for you, and planners don't usually do math, so you lucked out today. But we're also contracting some services through transportation. WSP is doing some of our peer review from a transportation perspective until we fill the transportation technician position. So what does all this work and reorganizing achieve? Well, what it does is it takes the time for the town to review applications and submissions, and it's cut that in half or more. What we're seeing here through the site plan stats is that we've had almost an 80% improvement in the overall processing time, which is great. And you can see down there that last kind of graphic there, that's third and final submission. So going from 261 days down to 48 days is phenomenal. Likewise, in the site plan amendment perspective, we've seen an almost 70% improvement here. So again, big strides bringing those timelines down. But another notable process improvement timeline is with regards to zoning bylaw amendments. We actually achieved an 83% improvement on that so far, where we reviewed a few zoning amendments. Originally got the timeline, it was about almost 551 days for review, down to 96 days. So we're trending in the right way. The pilot continues, as we continue to get more applications, this trend will start to iron out and solidify itself. So in the first year results so far, early on, so in 2022, we had 38 received applications. We approved 29. In 23, we received 9 and we were approved 36. Now we're going to have carryovers from previous years that make their way into those approvals. But what's most important is we've really started to reduce that load so that we're the application load and getting rid of the backlog. So now we're down currently around 58 applications, active development applications. So we've been busy reimagining our business and staffing the change, but we've also started to see the results of our labors. And although it's taken some time to get there, we still have lots of work to do. So in the final year, we'll be collecting stats, analyzing these trends further, refining the structure and the terms of reference as needed. Also evaluating the staffing complement and staffing needs, as well as meeting or exceeding Bill 109 review times. The last thing I would say here is, we've had trending in a positive way with this new review structure. We've had staff, everyone that's involved has fully embraced the process. I think what we've recognized is that Ajax growth and maturity in all aspects depends on doing things in a diverse way. I think the development application review structure, it's compact, it's focused on resolving issues before they arise, while putting the application through a development review process in a nimble fashion. These changes have reduced the number of complaints from our development community, and we feel the modifications are starting to align with the in-time needs of not only our residents, but also the developers that we serve through this core service. It's also allowed us to be a little bit more, fluid when it comes to different things dropping on our plate and putting them in the right lane. And everybody's been very supportive through the whole process to date. And yeah, it's exciting to see the numbers that we're getting. But thank you for your time, and I'm more than happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions? Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Mr. Romanowski, and thank you for the presentation. I'm very happy to see a reduction in the numbers. That's pretty impressive. One comment, I would, instead of third and final submission, would love to see us get to second and final submission.
Sure, we can continue to work with our partners to ensure we are getting, down to 2 submissions. Third and final is pretty good. It's better than 6th and final or 5th and final, but I mean, it's a dance. So there has to, both partners have to be willing to get it to the finish line, for sure.
I understand, unless there's a significant change in the application, but as long as it's not, I think third or second is good. I wonder, there's been a significant, and we had a report earlier on the Outlook, $704,600 reduction in planning fees. And your numbers showing only 9 applications this year, but 36 completed. It looks like it won't take that long to get through the backlog, let's hope. Where do you see this going forward once the backlog has been addressed?
Well, I think what we're seeing through the chair to Mayor Collier, I think what we're seeing right now is a little bit of a lull just with coming out of the Bill 109. Maybe it's with OP reviews, other types of approvals at the provincial level before we're going to see those application submissions go up. Pre-con is busy. We're maxed out of all of those. So if we're translating pre-cons into future applications, we'll be on target with, meeting our projections from an intake perspective, which this team structure will definitely suit us well going forward.
Okay, I'm glad you're referring it to just a lull, because I'd hate to see it as as more of a constant. I mean, I expect to see, we had a huge influx of commercial applications last term. I'm hoping to see a huge influx in residential applications this term with all the work we're doing. So I'm just wondering how that was going to work out. I'm wondering also, you're going to report back, because this says this is a pilot at the end of next year. I would just hope that nothing would change till after that report comes to council and council decides whether the pilot should in fact continue or stop. I mean, I don't think it should end in the fall. Is that the thought, that it's going to
Yes, it's going to continue on as we report, but just kind of putting it in a timeline perspective. No, we're going to continue to deliver the service through the pilot, and we'll report to council and get direction from that perspective.
Okay, and what percentage of the team's members are contracted staff?
Currently we have 5 contracted staff. So if we're taking 17, again, I've already provided you the amount of math that I'm going to do today. So you were quite quick to get the 33% thereof out of 500 and whatever it was. So maybe you could do the math for me, Mr. Mayor. So it's a small percentage of the staff right now. But we see this as a definite positive structure within our department.
Okay. No, it's excellent. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Bauer.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director Romanowski. This is awesome. I think congratulations are in order. This is wonderful news to hear. And I want to comment first on the principal objective, and I love the holistic approach that your team, and I love, it might sound lame, but the word team that you've used several times really makes a difference, and it shines here. But that one of your objectives was lessening the isolation that your staff felt from working from home. It may not sound important, but boy, oh boy, it really is. So good for you for being so holistic. So my question would be, to move from 500 and something days to less than 100 days to process something, over this year that you've been piloting, have you been able to sort of pinpoint or come up with reasons like why, like what was causing such a long delay?
Yeah, through the chair to Councillor Bauer. I don't know if we have specifics on that yet. I think that's why the second year of the pilot, we're going to get into more analyzing those trends and trying to understand why before it was this long and why now is it shorter. But again, it's a partnership, right? So we rely on our partners in the development community to do their part too when they're resubmitting applications. I can probably make a guess that out of the 550 some odd days, it might have sat with maybe the developer or the applicant for maybe 350 of those days. So they also have other applications and projects they're working on too. It's not just the one with the town of Ajax.
Sure.
So they're managing their, there's lots of reasons why things take longer. It may not have been a priority for them. Maybe this one was a priority. So it's kind of, I think we'll figure that out as we go through this next year of the pilot and get some more through the process and see what those trends are. But it is nice to see that stark contrast going in the right direction.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you very much. Those were my questions.
Councillor Henry, did you have you wanted to speak?
I did, thank you. My question's been asked, but I would like to make the comment, thank you for the presentation. And on a personal note, thank you for working with me very hard, your whole team, for the last year in the learning curve. It's been instrumental, and I really appreciate it. You have a great team there. I wouldn't want to see anything change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I just want to say thank you, Jeff, for your leadership, because your team buys in because you're a strong leader. So thank you for thinking out of the box, which I know blows planners' minds completely.
It can.
And then you add math in there, and then you're,
Good night.
But no, thank you, because it's important. And I don't talk to a lot of developers, but the developers that I do speak to say that it's a very good experience developing and putting in applications here at the town of Ajax. So that makes me feel very happy and very proud when I hear that. So thank you. That's from you and your team and your leadership. So that's much appreciated. So when are we going to see some dirt move?
Where?
Anywhere.
There's lots
shovels
of
in the ground.
There's dirt everywhere being moved.
I know.
Drive around.
We want to see more dirt. Anyway, thank you very much for your presentation. I know that has nothing to do with that. Thanks.
Thank you.
I need a motion to receive. Councillor Bauer. And the vote's open. Great. Now we are going to talk about the core service review. CAO Baker. Oh, that's not you. Hello, Christy. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll be quick too. We have a consultant here ready to give a presentation, a full presentation, but I just wanted to open up by saying that this has been a major undertaking for the corporation. It's been over a 3-year process. It's hit every department. So we've really had, this has been really one of the first joint organizational initiatives that we've really undertaken, and it's shown, and we've got good findings and good results. And online, we have Allison Orange here from Grant Thornton to take us through the process as well as some of the results that we have seen. Thanks.
Hello, Allison. You have
Hi
the floor.
there, how are you? Just checking.
Alice.
You can hear
Sorry,
me
Alice.
before I begin. No, you're fine. Just checking you can hear me okay before I start off.
Sorry, what? Oh, yeah, I can hear. Sorry. Yeah, yes, I can. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Good solid start. Okay, hi everyone. Look, firstly, I'd like to thank the Mayor and the Council for giving us this opportunity to present our findings to you today. I'll start briefly by introducing myself and the team. So my name is Alice Orange and I've been the project manager on this engagement and across all 6 core service reviews with Ajax. On the line, we also have the partner of this engagement, Nicole DeVoe, and then Max Irwin, who is a senior associate on our team and has been acting as project support throughout all the core services. So maybe we could just flip to the next slide. Thanks a million. So Grant Thornton was initially engaged by the Office of the CAO to conduct an operational review of all 6 departments across the organisation. And this was really to identify opportunities for improvement and reinvestment in the areas of technology, processes, staffing, and culture, with the goal of making the organization even more effective and efficient. The approach for completing these core service reviews was a combination of both primary and secondary research. So within each report, we included a current state assessment, which outlined the key themes and drivers within that department. We included the deep dive analysis, which focused on solutions of particular importance to that department. We included a benchmarking analysis, which included our findings on best practices or unexplored opportunities that Ajax could avail of that were being used by other municipalities. And then we included recommendations, which included a breakdown of time, effort, and financial impact for each recommendation provided. For the purpose of this consolidated report today, we focus mainly on the feedback that impacts the wider organization beyond just a specific department. And just on to the next slide there. So yeah, just to call out some of our key findings as it related to our primary research. So we had over 130 interviews that were conducted across 800 different employees. We had 2,000 plus comments logged across each of the departments, which was feedback from these employees. 12 different municipalities were participated in the benchmarking exercises. 326 surveys responses were received, and then 530 plus recommendations were provided organizationally wide. So just on to the next slide there. So through reviewing the previous department core services reports and distilling our findings in those reports, we determined that there were some commonality between the teams and drivers that related to the organization more broadly than just at a department level. The first of these drivers that we saw is growth. So it's no surprise to anyone, the population of Ajax has grown significantly in the past 20 years. And with this, it's vastly expanded expectations on the town. This level of growth requires significant changes to technology, process, and staffing levels. Another key driver was technology. And so the town has implemented and developed many systems as you guys have moved forward to more paperless environment and as a natural effect post-COVID. And with this, it's steepened the learning curve of several IT positions. The next key driver is around the labor market. And what we saw was that organizations across many industries are reporting challenges with retention and recruitment efforts, resulting in increased time to fill vacancies when they arise. And this appears to be also a driver that's affecting Ajax. And lastly is the evolving market. So keeping up with the consistently changing economy, workforce, and political landscape is critical at the moment. With this, strategic priorities must be continuously elevated and adapted accordingly by Ajax. And just to move to the next slide, where I'll talk you through some of the key themes that we saw organization-wide. The first is around talent management. So multiple departments communicated to us that talent management was a gap that existed in the organization. And given the challenges that Ajax has been facing with both recruiting and retaining the right talent, it would appear a very relevant theme that needs to be addressed. Some of the areas of feedback related to talent management included a desire to see better programs supporting recruitment, learning and development, performance management, recognition, and also succession planning. The next key theme that we saw was process improvement, and it was identified that there are a number of inefficient processes across the organization. Most of this appears to be largely stemming from either not having the right technology in place or maybe not fully optimizing the systems that are there. As a result, this is leading to manual workarounds and cumbersome workflows. This leads nicely into the third theme, which is technology. Staff did report to us that gaps are existing in the technology that they're using and that some systems are creating additional work for employees rather than easing day-to-day tasks. In addition, an improved training approach on certain systems could be required to optimize their usage and also the adoption by staff in using these systems. The fourth theme that we heard was strategy. So our reviews indicated that multiple teams are spending so much time on day-to-day work and inefficient processes that there is limited time available for them to work on developing more strategic objectives of the organization. By improving these day-to-day processes, Ajax can free up capacity of employees so that they can focus less on administrative tasks and more on the strategic priorities of the organization. And finally, we heard data utilization as a theme. Currently, data resides in multiple different locations across the organization with no real single source of truth, leading to inefficiencies in accessing the right data, information, and documentation. Just to move on to the next slide now. And this is where I'll talk you through the recommendations. And with each recommendation that was provided, we've mapped it to one of the key 5 themes that I've just gone through with you. So looking at the recommendations that are associated with strategy first. Given the volume of recommended changes that were provided through our core services review, we would suggest developing a change management strategy, which will help ensure that the right stakeholders are engaged and that planning for change happens and that employees receive the support that they require to successfully navigate these proposed changes. We suggest developing and executing an overarching HR strategy, including an implementation plan, which will act as the organization's overall approach to talent management. Elements to consider in this strategy are things like learning and development, performance and salary reviews, organization benefits, and career development. To ensure the organization has a clear purpose that is understood and communicated to employees, we recommend developing a vision, mission, and value statement for the organization. This could be leveraged from both a branding and employee value propositions perspective. The next are the recommendations relating to talent management. So to ensure all new hires are set up for success, we would suggest developing a formalized orientation and onboarding process for all new hires across the organization. This process should consider things like what training is required and what resources may be required. Retaining part-time staff is an issue, not only across Ajax, but many municipalities. We recommend that Ajax begin to investigate retention incentives for part-time staff. So this can be things like, paying for training and qualifications in return for a service agreement, apprenticeship programs to develop staff, things like that. We recommend conducting an annual goal setting and performance review, which would be an assessment of the employee's work and their contributions and performance to determine whether their salary should be adjusted or not. By tying reviews of compensation to performance, it becomes clear that what the factor is to determine whether someone's salary should be increased or not. The next is process improvement. So some of the recommendations that we have here are firstly, developing a project management framework for each initiative to follow. This framework should outline reporting format, frequency, project planning, task tracking, and overall project governance. We recommend that each department ensure work instructions are developed, especially when there's interdependency with other departments. These instructions should be living documents that are reviewed and updated regularly. As cross collaboration happens across many different teams and departments, we suggest that the organization consider adopting a thing called a RACI matrix. This will assign roles in individual teams to tasks, identify who's accountable, who needs to be consulted, and who needs to be informed on the item. This would help clarify project workflow, task allocation between departments, and really overall individual responsibilities. Feedback suggested that some HR policies may be outdated or potentially missing. We would suggest reviewing these existing HR policies to determine relevance, accuracy, as well as compliance with any relevant or changing legislative requirements. Next, looking at the recommendations relating to technology, we would suggest finalizing the review of JDE, given the volume of issues that are relating to this software and the impact that it is having across all teams within the organization. As the population of the town grows and Ajax works to achieve a better customer experience, we would suggest conducting a technology assessment to understand the organization's requirements as it relates to a customer relationship management system and begin investigating potential CRM market solutions. This will help consolidate contacts and then provide better manage resident communication. In order to move away from email-based approvals and manual process tracking, we suggest that Ajax explore the online workflow approval functions within the existing tools to submit and approve requests. A streamlined workflow could help ensure deliverables are completed in a timely manner, reduce delays, and increase overall traceability. And finally, the last recommendation relating to data utilization. Staff noted that every team has a different platform, naming, and location for storing documents with no real consistent approach in place. We recommend creating a standard operating procedure relating to file storage, sharing of information to ensure that there's an effective and consistent storage of documents across all departments. Moving on to the next slide there. While all 5 teams that I've discussed and the recommendations identified through our reviews are important to progressing the organisation forward, there were 3 key recommendations within that we believe Ajax should consider addressing on a high priority basis. And the first one is the development and the rollout of the HR strategy and the review of the HR policies. The next is the review and optimization of the existing inefficient processes across the organisation that were identified through our review. And the last is the development and rollout of a change management and project management framework to support future changes. I won't go through all this slide, but I will leave the detail for you there to review after. And then going on to the last part, which is really the conclusion of today. So through our core services review, I mentioned that there were 530 individual department recommendations provided across the pillars of people, process, and technology. These were given to both the CAO and the director of each department to address as they see appropriate. Since our work commenced, I would like to highlight that the town has actioned many of our recommendations, with solutions either completed, underway, or plans in place to start them. This reflects the collective appetite by management and staff to make advancements to improve the day-to-day experience for employees and those that they serve. We would like to take this opportunity to thank the leadership team, and particularly the CAO and all the staff who assisted us through the course of this project. By completing a review like this, it is clear that the CAO values his employees and wants to give them the best working environment now and into the future. All resources we met with were eager and willing to participate, sharing relatively freely, and often were very solutions orientated in their feedback. This level of engagement demonstrates a true desire by the town to succeed and identify opportunities for improvement as opposed to just being focused. So that is our presentation. I'm happy to open up the floor to any questions that anyone would like to ask.
Thank you, Alice. Is there any questions? Regional Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. When you say a dedicated CRM, would that mean when residents use an app like AppJax, for example, it would have a more robust end system? I think from a user point of view, using AppJax is great, but for the feedback I hear from staff is that it kind of goes into like a spreadsheet for all intents and purposes. Are we going to be able to track AppJax issues more robustly?
Through the chair, I would suggest that I turn that right over to Nicole Cooper, who is investigating and examining that technology right now.
Sure, thank you. So we have actually a number of strategies, one being the customer service strategy that was just endorsed that talk about the future of AppJax. And in principle, it's a great tool, right? It's a self-service option where people can self-report things easily on their phone. That principle remains important, but the actual product itself just doesn't integrate seamlessly right now with our back-end system. So when something comes in through AppJax, it's basically manually emailed to someone who has to then manually enter it into as a service request, for example, within our city work system. We want that to happen seamlessly. So that's something that will be looked at as part of our ongoing IT strategic plan, as well as part of the efforts that will flow from the customer service strategy and the implementation of a CRM.
To your best ability, how soon before we see a complete solution for both our staff and the resident?
So the CRM project has been identified in the 2024 budget. We intend to have it awarded in 2024, probably in the September to November timeframe, and it's probably about a year for full implementation of that system.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions? Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Chair Crawford. Thank you very much for this presentation and the report, and it was a huge endeavor for sure. So my question is about the over 530 recommendations, and that they've all been given to the directors of each department to see action items happen or not happen. So I'm just wondering, is there, how are we keeping track, or will council be advised, or how will staff keep track of what recommendations are achieved or not?
Through you, Madam Chair, if I can answer that. Thank you for the question. Huge number of recommendations. I've been through these processes before. Generally not corporate-wide, but yes, it's a huge endeavor not only to have completed the review, but now to manage the implementation. Yeah. So each of the department heads is responsible to be tracking the recommendations related to their individual departments as far as timelines go. So when they prepare their work plans for each year, they are to include those core services review recommendations on their work plans, as well as all of the other things that they're working on. So that when I meet with them on a quarterly basis to go over their work plans, we monitor the progress that they're making. Sometimes, that the work plans are dynamic. Sometimes they run into snags or whatever, and then we might have to change the timelines and so on, but that's how we're tracking them. Also, we'll be discussing them at SMT. We'll be talking about our progress there, as well as bringing back reports to council, absolutely, as to what our progress is, similar to what we do with the strategic plan.
Thank you very much. That was my question.
Any other comments, questions? I don't think I have any either. I need a motion to accept. Regional Councillor Lee, and the vote is open. Thank you. I need a motion to go in camera. Mayor Collier, please vote. Do I need a recess? 5 minute recess.
Okay, we're back in open session. And so the next motion is to ratify actions taken in closed session.
I, I need a motion to ratify what we did in closed session. Councillor Henry, the vote is open. Do I need?
So the next motion that needs to be approved is the recommendation for AFES 2023-03.
So Councillor Crawford, or Madam Chair, that will need to be read into the record because it doesn't exist in the public sphere. I have it here and can read it out loud unless you have it and would like to read it.
Could you read it out loud?
Sure. So the recommendation is that the mayor and clerk be authorized and directed to execute an agreement to outsource fire call taking and dispatch services to the city of Oshawa, that the costs associated with the outsourcing be included in the 2024 operating budget as described in the FI section, that the CAO be authorized to take the necessary steps to terminate the dispatch agreement with Pickering by mutual agreement of the parties at the appropriate time, and that the CIO be directed and authorized to, at his discretion, take any other necessary actions to enter into any other required agreements to give effect to the outsourcing of fire service, call taking, and dispatch services to the city of Oshawa.
Thank you very much. Councillor Henry, would you like to move that? Or did you have a question? Okay, is there any questions at all? All in favor? I need a motion to adjourn. Councillor Bauer? I know, what is that?
I can.
Here,
Pretty quick.
we're changing?
We have one member who has not voted yet.
It's not me, right?
There we are.
The mayor, vote.
Okay, council, if we can get a recess for 3 minutes to allow us to reconfigure a couple of things and get other members of staff back here for council.
Sorry, Nicole. I had lost my Wi-Fi.
Mr. Clerk, are we ready?
Mr. Mayor, we are live.
Thank you. I'll call this meeting to order. This meeting of Ajax Council is being held in a hybrid meeting format with virtual and in-person participation by members of the public, staff, and council. This meeting is also being live streamed and may be viewed online at ajax.ca/live. A friendly reminder to all participants to please use their microphone at all times for the benefit of those participating in council chambers and joining remotely. I'll now call this meeting to order. Whoever's got the resolutions, please pass me down 1 and 2. I'd like to begin this meeting by acknowledging that the land on which we gather is situated within the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas. More specifically, the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, signatories of the Gunshot Treaty of 1788, thank you, and the Williams Treaties of 1923. This land is and will continue to be home to the Indigenous peoples. Let us acknowledge the mistakes and traumas of the past through authenticity and support truth and reconciliation. Let us engage and celebrate Indigenous communities by being leaders of action in acknowledging the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's recommendations towards truth and reconciliation. Let us keep these principles close as we continue forward towards truth and reconciliation and as we move forward with kindness and respect as a community. Does any member of council have any disclosure of pecuniary interests on today's agenda? Seeing, hearing none. We have adoption of the minutes, moved by Council Lee, second by Council Tyler Moran, that the following minutes of previous council meeting be adopted: the regular meeting of November 27th, 2023, and the closed meeting of November 27th, 2023. Any questions or comments on the minutes? No? Those in favor? Let's vote. That carries. Mr. Clerk, were there any questions put forward by the public on items on today's agenda?
Mr. Mayor, we have not received any questions from the public.
Thank you. Moving on to delegations, presentations, and public meetings. We have 2 presentations. First one, 5.1, the 2023 Ajax Partnership Fund RAP update. Liam Nichols, Grants and Strategic Initiatives Coordinator. So close. Mr. Nichols, when you're ready, you've got 30 seconds.
Liam, if you go to Adobe, it's available there.
Okay. All right, 30 seconds. I will make the most of it. So thank you very much for having me this evening. I'm here to present our 2023 wrap-up for the Ajax Partnership Fund. You can kind of think of this like a Spotify Wrapped. We're going to cover our highlights, go over what went well, and try to cover as much ground as we can. There were over 40 projects, so we won't be going through each one. We would be here all night, but hopefully you get all the information that you need. So go to the next slide here. So you've seen this page before. This is the background of how we got here, why we have the Ajax Partnership Fund. Council approved the new framework to consolidate our corporate giving portfolio under one program in June of 2022. It provides for $1 million in funding over the 4-year term of council with an annual allocation of $250,000. This consolidation helped to streamline and bring together several disconnected corporate giving initiatives that we did, ultimately reducing duplication and saving a bit of money. For 2023, we received 80 applications, which totaled over $3 million in funding requests, so clearly far exceeding what we had access to. So here are some of the key performance indicators of the projects that we did approve. Each project was measured on several metrics that we wanted to know more about. So over 25,000 residents were affected by programs that we ran. This could be anything from taking part in an event to volunteering for things. There were 46 total projects approved. 35 businesses were supported, so they either had materials purchased from them, any number of ways they could have been affected by our programs. There were 227 public communications about the work that the organizations we'd funded had done. And again, as I said, in 2023, we got 80 applications. We also got some positive news coverage coming out of the programs that we ran. So here's an example of an article we got $25,000 was given to the Charles H. Best Diabetes Center. We received coverage for the money that we'd provided to Horizon House in Ajax to cover the refurbishment of 12 of their bedrooms, which provide shelter for women in crisis. $25,000 to the Ajax Pickering Hospital Foundation, and we have all of your lovely smiling faces there for that day. And Cassandra Cruciano was very amenable to appearing on a city news segment that was done about our investment in the Durham College Food Innovation Zone at the Barrett Center. Here are some more specific indicators. So these were optional for each project. They could choose to identify some metrics that they wanted to share with us. So 40,000 plus diagnostic tests for cancer were conducted with equipment that we helped to fund. There were 8 events held with over 600 attendees. 1,300 plus Indigenous trees, shrubs, and wildflowers were planted thanks to support from the Partnership Fund. 225 food literacy presentations were given, and was mentioned through the news coverage, we also refurbished those 12 shelter bedrooms. I'm just going to run very quickly through some partnerships to highlight specifically for you guys. So Durham West Girls Lightning, we got a good quote there. Our funding helped get them to the tournament in Quebec where they won gold. It was the first time that a girls hockey team had gone to a Pee Wee tournament internationally. The Probus Club of Ajax, we'd given them some funding for an open house and some marketing, and they informed us that thanks to that funding, they were able to attract enough members to avoid having to fold. So that was a really good news story for us. The Looking Back into the Future conference, this was a Black History Month conference that we'd helped to fund. This year they highlighted Mary Ann Shad Carey, who was North America's first Black female newspaper publisher and editor. I had the chance to go to that event. It was really powerful. The CNIB Mobile Hub made its first visit to Ajax ever. So this helped to bring some programming and information to youth, seniors, and their families who are impacted by sight loss. St. Andrew's Community Gardens was able to install inclusive raised beds to help more residents of Ajax make use of their programming. And in the quote you can see there, it's made gardening more accessible to all Ajax residents, which was their main goal of the program. And then I just want to highlight some in-year projects for you. So these are projects that weren't approved through the Partnership Fund, but either because other projects had underspent or there was some additional funding available, we were able to support them as well. So we were able to provide a bit of funding towards Jam Fest to help them pull off that event for 2023. Camp Molly was an interesting partnership that we were able to do through Ajax Fire. It's a camp that's held to help young women meet female role models and to recognize that a career in our fire services is viable and an option for them. Igniting Black Excellence in Durham. This was a night where the Black business community was able to come together, promote opportunities for local entrepreneurs, and we were really excited to help bring that event to fruition. And just to wrap up, you will be seeing me again in January, fortunately or unfortunately, for our 2024 projects. We've received 109 applications for 2024, so already exceeding our 2023 amounts. Over $5.5 million in funding was requested for 2024, so again, we're seeing an increasing demand on the program. Unlike the Toronto Blue Jays, we were able to get some negotiations underway here, so that's good. 33 projects currently going. I know, I'm sorry. And we're hoping to have those projects finalized and brought to you guys by January of 2024. And that's it for the Ajax Partnership Fund 2023. Be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Questions? And I don't have control here, so raise your hands. Councillor Henry.
Thank you. If you could just do a quick, first of all, congratulations. Let me start there. Congratulations to you and the full team on this, because I know there's a lot of work that goes into this. I know that you look over these applications, you talk about it in a team form, correct? It's a team form when you decide on these applications. And when I first came on to council a year ago, and I found out that we did not have a say in this, I was like, well, I think I want a say in this. I was wrong. I did not want to stay in this, and I found that out very quickly. So I am very thankful for the position you and the team are doing with going through all these applications. Are you able to give us like a high-level, quick overview of how it is determined about applications? Would that be appropriate, Mr. Mayor, for that quick little overview?
Pardon me?
To go over how applications, like the qualifications, just for the folks at home. Is there a quick moment for that?
You can. I understand it's an application process and it's reviewed by an independent committee outside of council.
So first of all, thank you, Nancy, for the Councillor Henry, for the question through the mayor. It's a yes, you are correct. It's an application process done online, and the criteria is also available online at imo.ajax.ca/partnership fund. And we do just evaluate against that criteria and have to make decisions. You know, when you have $5.5 million in funding requests, difficult decisions have to be made, but that's the criteria we evaluate it through.
And again, how many applications were successful versus unsuccessful?
For this year, it was about 60 unsuccessful, 40 successful, roughly.
It's a good amount. Okay, well, thank you and congratulations again.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Mayor Collier. Thanks for this report. Congratulations. And I love that slide outlining all of the successes. So, of the applicants who are not successful, I know that you provide them the opportunity to contact you and go over the reasons why. Would you say that most of those, do those applicants reach out to you to find out?
Through the mayor to Councillor Bauer, I wouldn't say most of them do, but I would say the ones that are very interested in this fund, some people do apply just to every grant opportunity that comes up, and if they don't get it, they move on. But people that are really interested in a partnership with the town of Ajax, they're an Ajax resident, they have a project they really wanted to see move forward, but for one reason or another it didn't. I would say most of those people do reach out to us and get that feedback.
Great. And have you seen that people that do reach out to you and get that guidance from you reapply? And are they, successful next time around?
Through the mayor, yes, we do see from people that we've given feedback to, second application submitted, certainly for this time. I'll be interested to see it, year 3 and year 4. And the changes that we've requested are often reflected in their application, and we're still in negotiations at this moment, but there's definitely been positive improvements.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Any further comments? Hearing, seeing none. Thank you very much. We have another presentation, Ajax Anti-Racism Task Force, Introduction of New Members, Natasha Sharma, Diversity and Inclusion Coordinator. Please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm just going to get it queued up. Okay, good afternoon, Council and SMT and those in the gallery. Before I begin, I would like to note that I will circulate this presentation in full to Council right after I get back to my desk. There is some information on bios, detailed information on bios of the selected members that I won't read just for purposes of time, but you can review it on your own time after. So the applications opened in the fall for the new Ajax Anti-Racism Task Force, and that included residents who identify as Black, a person of color, Muslim, Indigenous, a part of the 2S LGBTQIA+ community, and any other community who identified as underrepresented were encouraged to apply through the online application portal. So in total, we did receive 41 applicants, and that shows the deep interest in creating a new task force for the town. The task force review panel included myself and a couple of other members from the Diversity Inclusion Staff Steering Committee. And together we shortlisted a total of 13 applicants who were contacted for interviews. A total of 9 successful candidates were selected with lived and professional experience with anti-oppression, racism, and discrimination, and they will be on our task force come 2024. In no particular order, the selected members are Adrian Glasgow Hart, Asia McLean, Chantel Vernon, Nasir Khalid, Rabia Bhatti, Saba Ramnath, Laura Penheisen, Luke Nyon, and Malcolm Barrington. And just to talk a little bit about the new task force and the work plan we have for them. So the task force will reflect a similar model to the Durham Region Anti-Racism Task Force, which was brought in a report to council earlier this year. They'll reflect a hub and spoke model, and a hub and spoke model is one that kind of is flexible within the time. So with regards to D&I, we do have like social justice uprisings in the media or current events where sometimes we'll have to fluctuate with our work plan initiatives. And by having a hub and spoke model, it will allow us to help support various communities that may need our help at a specific time, and it might be of importance. With that, while also making sure we're identifying other initiatives as we continue for the term. The official work plan will be developed by the task force members in 2024 and presented to council periodically. So council will be updated on work plan goals, budget, etc. And the council representative who will be joining the task force this term is Regional Councillor Sterling Lee. And the task force is, as I mentioned, is forecasted to start official meetings in January 2024. So I'll begin with, right now I'm onboarding everybody, and then we'll have an official orientation of their role as task force members and kind of how it works with council approvals, etc. And then we'll start our official meeting toward the end of January. And that concludes my presentation. So if there's any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. First question, Councillor Tyler Moore.
Thank you. Thank you, Natasha. Do you have to live in Ajax to be on the council? And do all of those people live in Ajax?
Yes, you do. And all of them do live in Ajax.
Thank you so much.
Councillor Henry.
Thank you. Is there a set time for these meetings already established?
So right now it's established to be in the evenings, so between 6 to 8:30 p.m. And I'm looking at the third Thursday of every month right now.
And are these meetings open to the public?
Right now, no. So a task force works differently than committee or an advisory committee. So minutes will be posted on our IMO page once that's up and running, but the actual meetings itself, just because of the parameters and sensitivities around anti-racism, they will not be like live streamed or posted, but the minutes will be.
But the minutes themselves will be?
Yes.
Okay, and the committee members that have been selected will be for the term of council?
Yes.
Okay, and are council members allowed to, aside from our designated, or other council members allowed to join?
I'm sure if there's an agenda item that pertains of interest to any council member, they're more than welcome to join.
Okay, thank you so much.
No problem.
Any other questions, Ms. Sharma? Seeing none, thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you.
That concludes our presentations. Moving on to items of correspondence. Are there any polls? No. We have a move by Councillor Dye, second by Councillor Henry, that the report dated December 11, 2023, containing items of correspondence be received for information. Those in favor, please vote. That carries. Moving on to reports. We have the General Government Committee report 7.2.1, the General Government Committee meeting of December 11th, 2023, which we just completed. Moved by Councillor Tyler Moore and second by Councillor Lee, that the resolutions of the General Government Committee meeting dated December 11th, 2023 be ratified. Questions? None. Let's open the vote. That is carried. There's no advisory committee reports, there's no departmental reports, or any regional council reports. Councillor Crawford.
Okay, so in Works Committee, just last week, staff proposed an increase for the water and sewer bill of 7.4%, which is roughly $80 on your water sewer bill. The main factor is due to Bill 23 and the potential growth in the region. The committee believed that this increase was not acceptable and basically said no to the increase. There was a special Works Committee meeting today at 2:30, which I caused a clerk's fight. And I chose this meeting. So nothing, I text one of the committee members, nothing really changed. They're still pushing back, so it'll go to finance tomorrow. So yeah, we'll have to see what happens with that. The report on, we had a report on the curbside giveaway. It was a very successful giveaway we did. It was like a region kind of garage sale day, only no one was charging. The region had a pre-survey and a post-survey, and 1,000 responded to the pre-survey and 800 responded to the post, with 500 submissions. The bylaw officers for the region reported that they had no concerns with items left on the curb after the prescribed date, and they're planning now to do 2 a year, once in the spring and once in the fall. We are looking to expand the green bin program to multi-residential. The region currently does not service multi-res for green bins, which is, multi-res is obviously the fastest growing sector in the region. So, and 44% of the garbage collected of multi-res could be diverted to green bins. So currently Ajax has 34 multi-res with 3,124 Ajax units in each of them in total. So that is going to be happening, I believe, in March. I've asked that the regional staff come here in March for a presentation on the conversion of the blue bin and the green bin expansion. Transit, we have had record ridership to date with over 1 million riders since our pre-pandemic, or post-pandemic, I guess. On-demand rides are 24,000 plus. So, you know, you can say what you want about transit, but transit is growing and people are back on the bus. The Presto card, as of November the 14th, is in the Google Wallet in all forms of your phone. And if you didn't know, on the GO train, you can tap your debit card to ride the GO train anymore. You don't need to reserve a ticket. You don't have to do anything. You just got to remember to tap when you get off. Otherwise, you're charged to wherever it ends. So, Aldershot. Yeah, so you got to remember to tap when you go off. But it's great. I had an issue. I called up. They fixed it immediately. It's a really good thing. So, and we had a motion at Transit to waive the fees for December the 25th. And it was unanimously passed, so anybody riding the bus on Christmas Day gets a free ride. That's it.
Any other regional council reports? I'll just do quickly. On November 29th, I think it was, we had a regional council meeting, fairly lengthy meeting. We had report 2023 F31, which is a report from finance. I can't go into a lot of details. I'll just read what's in the agenda. Confidential report of the Commissioner of Finance, proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land for Durham Regional Police Services purposes as it relates to a property in the town of Ajax. And that's all I can say about that, because the rest was in camera, but it passed on a vote of 25-3. And it's very exciting. So more to come. I want to talk about the finance meeting tomorrow. There is going to be items, direction from regional finance about the budget, the police budget, and I'll put my chair of police service board's hat on, is being directed by regional council to come in at 2%. That represents a $5 million cut to the police budget as put forward. We have put together at the direction of regional council exactly what that will look like and exactly what services will be cut if regional council or finance committee decides tomorrow that that is the direction that they want to do for DRPS. I won't speak to the other budgets, but if that does happen, there are some significant cuts that are going to happen across the entire region of Durham, because that will be what we have to do in order to keep our patrols on the streets and keep doing the things that we do that are of higher priority, but a lot of the lower priority things such as the school liaisons, having DRPS come and do reports to councils and come and do community meetings and all those other nicety things that we have are going to be off the table at that point if that's a direction from regional council. So just giving that, I guess, heads up that may be coming out of the finance meeting tomorrow. Happy to answer any questions. Any questions on regional council reports? Councilor Lee? No? Well, I have some on the water and sewer, but I was giving you this the opportunity. I mean, so Works Committee last week sent back the water sewer budget, and it came today, and it's probably still going right now. If it gets sent back today, I'm just wondering, is the 7.4% increase 100% attributed to growth and pre-servicing lands outside our urban boundary?
Yeah, they're front-ending it, they're front-loading it. So they want to get all of the idea is that staff want to get transfer stations upgraded, pipes in the ground upgraded, all of the things upgraded. One of the things that they did when I asked the question was they talked about our 60-story building. And they were saying that, you know, if we get in the ground first, then the transfer station isn't an issue. If we delay it longer, then the transfer station will need to be expanded, and the pipes under the ground need to be expanded. So I asked, well, who pays for the pipes? And they said the developer. So I'm not exactly sure which component of capital is not paid by the developer that we're trying to get done here at the region.
Well, I guess two things on that. First, the region would have been consulted as part of the process and would have already said that there was enough capacity there for both fresh water and sewer
And they
for
agreed.
those buildings. But second, that one building is going to pay about $55 million in development charges. 55% of that goes to the region. So I'm not understanding how that reflects into a 7.4% increase. I guess my question is, I thought the region has supported, not on a large vote, I think on a 15 to 13 vote, expansion into Northeast Pickering, expansion outside our urban boundary to other areas, and pre-servicing those is going to be very expensive. Is that what you mean by you're saying it's a result of Bill 23?
Yeah, but Seton had a different arrangement.
I know Seton had a different
Yeah,
arrangement.
it's the other
Northeast
building,
Pickering.
the Northeast Pickering, yeah.
So what happens if it gets declined again? There's no expansion in the region of Durham for water and sewer?
There was thought process that the capital be paid through the reserves and then replaced, as you said, with the DC charges collected. I don't know what the result of the meeting was today because I'm here. So I don't know what was, I know they were still kicking back when I text one of the members. But I don't know because a lot of the members had meetings that they had to go to too. So I don't know how much, I don't know what the result was yet.
Well, I'm asking this because it's important that people understand, you know, on one hand, regional council is supporting growth and voting for, we didn't vote for expansion in Northeast Pickering, but it is a regional council position now because it did pass democratically. But now it sounds like regional council is saying, okay, we want growth, but we're not going to pay for it. And we're not going to pre-service it. And they're saying the same thing with the police budget. We want growth, but we're not going to be funding, and same with the transit as well, but we're not going to pay the money it takes to keep up with that growth and hire enough officers and put enough buses on the road and everything else to facilitate it. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure I
Growth doesn't
understood.
pay for growth anymore.
I just want to make sure I understood. Councillor Dice.
I just wanted to add, to clarify that this increase was basically user fees. So a lot of what they had planned to do, the 7%, yes, because there were some repairs that they had to do on the linear, and they have to put some repairs into pumping stations and some that already exist. But yes, some of the planning that they're doing and beyond into the Greenbelt will require a great deal more capital for pumping stations, for example.
Yep. Okay, further on the regional council reports?
And I just wanted to add, that's not your tax bill.
No,
That's
it's
your
separate.
water sewer.
Water,
That's not
sewer.
your tax, that's on top of your tax bill.
Completely separate, yep. Have moved by Councillor Bauer, second by Councillor Henry, that the Region Council reports of December 11th, 2023 be received for information. Those in favor? That is carried. Is there any business arising from notice of motion? No. Moving on to bylaws, moved by Councillor Bauer, second by Councillor Tyler Moran, that bylaws number 72-2023 to 75-2023 be read a first, second, third time and passed. Those in favor? That carries. Is there any notice of motion? No? Any new business or announcements? Councillor Bauer?
Thank you, Mayor Collier. I just wanted to, it's a little bit far away, but our council meeting will be after. There's a Ward 3 community meeting on Monday, January 22nd, 2024 at 7 p.m. And this one will be hybrid for sure this time. So thank you to all the Ward 3 residents who come to our meetings, and hopefully you'll come out to that one. Thank you.
Councillor Crawford?
Yeah, I just want to take time just to thank staff for everything that you've done this year. You know, it's not been an easy year with all the changes that are happening, particularly in planning and finance and all the things that I think we've made less motions this term so far than we did all of last term. So I personally just want to say thank you. Thank you for your answering our questions and being available to us, and for all your hard work.
Anything further? Kind of took some of my material there. I was going to also say to council, to staff, to everybody, we have got a lot done this year, and it is starting with our strat plan, and then implementing our strat plan, and in a number of other pretty significant things. I think we really have hit the ground running. I want to thank everyone for all of your hard work, and I want to wish everyone, however you celebrate, very Happy Hanukkah, Merry Christmas, however you celebrate, all the rest. And we will, as this last meeting, I guess, see you all officially in the new year at the town level. I also want to remind everyone that tomorrow night in this council chamber, we'll be celebrating the Hanukkah celebration at 5 o'clock. So please join us here then. You probably will still be at finance, yes. Confirming bylaw, moved by Councillor Lee, second by Councillor Bauer. The bylaw number 76-2023 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of the Town of Ajax at its meeting held on December 11, 2023. Be read a first, second, third time and passed. Questions? Those in favor? That is carried. And finally, moved by Councillor Tyler Moore and second by Councillor Henry, that the December 11, 2023 meeting of the Council of the Town of Ajax be adjourned. Those in favor? I'm sure that carries.